Hello, be at ease. It's your favorite ferret, She's Louise. And today, we're gonna finish. I don't care how long it takes. I'll skip work tomorrow if I have to. We're gonna finish the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I mean, there's probably only like 6 hours left anyway. Maybe. Maybe it's 12 hours, I don't know. But we're gonna get there. But first, before we jump in, just real quick, I did post it on Twitter. I have not posted on my Discord yet. I should do that. But dun 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 dun. Psh, psh, psh. My 1 year anniversary is coming up, and I'm gonna do a special stream. What? I'm gonna debut a new model, which maybe you've seen it already, maybe you haven't. I haven't really posted it myself, though I did retweet it once. But don't look through my post history. Don't do it. I'm gonna have a new model, and that's January 22nd. January 22nd, gonna do 1 year anniversary stream, and I'm gonna have a new model. Not like a replacement model, but just like another model. Cause like I still use my 3D model, so it's just one more model for the bucket. You know, yeah. And after that 1 year anniversary, I'm gonna come off of hiatus, which basically just means I'll start posting schedules again. Probably. That's the plan, at least. But the best laid plans of mice and ferrets often go awry. But that's the plan for now. But yeah. Whee! I didn't put the date on the thumbnail, but I think that's okay. Wow. Get that out of here. And yes, you can still throw stuff at me. Ow. Ow. Yeah, let's go to the game. And, wait a minute. Hold on. 1 second. Oh, okay. Very strange. Oh, I know what happened. Okay. Sorry, got a weird thing within OBS. I was trying to figure out how to do zooms, and it involves like weird nesting of stuff. And I ultimately decided I wasn't going to do it, but I renamed a scene, not realizing what I was doing. Yeah. Because this actually isn't the scene I was usually using for Ace Attorney. This is just my general game screen, but I was like, oh, it disappeared. I must have deleted it on accident. Oopsie daisy. Well, let's just make it again real quick in the normal gaming screen. Anyway, you didn't ask. I didn't tell. Wow. Oh, yeah, and I improved the throwing a little bit. So now it should cover the whole screen. It shouldn't get cut off. Something could be thrown from the left, please. Ow. The other side. Okay, well, you saw how far that flew over. Ow. Why? Okay. Oh, there she goes. Is she gonna come back down? She's it. Ow. Okay. Well. Anyway, last freaking time. Oh my god. This game does not stop. It keeps punching. It does not pull its punches. Like, my word. Oh. Well, yeah, wow. Can I even begin to explain all the plot twists that happened last time? I mean, they'll come up here for sure, these. So, buckle up, kiddos. Because it's the 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. in the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, we're not even going to do the pre-trial talk with our client? Okay. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion words, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Yeah, way to make yourself look like the good guy. Councils, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. That's my intention. Kazuma. Apparently, Kazuma's an assassin. He has been the whole time. That's disturbing. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Oh, okay. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? Yeah, truth hurts. Oh, hold on. Let me adjust my camera. So I don't get that Twinkie eye all day, maybe, hopefully. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Chigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we reach the final battle. Oh, he's gonna break the witness stand. Just like he did 10 years ago, apparently. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test the limit. Also, I apologize if I slur my words today. I got a canker sore on my tongue. I do have a cough drop right now to try to alleviate it, but you know. But geez, why would a cough drop help? Cough drop numbs your mouth. If you press it up against the canker sore, it makes it not hurt as much. It's a numbing agent. That's all cough drops do. Pretty much. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I'd never. Fancy a young murdering student turning up here of all places. I didn't murder! You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance. Like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. Alright, first of all, freaking right to remain silent is part of the American Constitution. We're in Britain. Maybe they have their own right to remain silent. I don't know. But I don't think it applies to friggin' courtrooms. It doesn't apply when you're giving testimony. Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be a questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Yeah, BS. I appreciate what a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson? Or this case is more far-reaching? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku was involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? Ah, see, Cosmo didn't know about this. This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. Whoa, he's just going straight to it. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Excuse me, I'm sorry. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. Wow, we're just going straight for his throat, huh? K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? Does he really not know? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Lie of omission. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Sit down. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was wait. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened. That meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. Wow. Bald-faced. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan? A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. What the hell? To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jikoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Am I a little high up? I'm a little high up. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. What? Well, let's see.
Machiavellian.
Cunning, scheming, and unscrupulous, especially in politics. And I guess it's named for some guy? I don't know. Whatever. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place for this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. What? We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. true that Kazuma Sugi was the same assassination a year ago. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Emperor of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Hang on, hydration check. Yeah, you check that court record. Ah. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot then and there? There and then. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi. What? And explained the details of the plan to him. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. Most condition of Bro's tour. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, was all ultimately for one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Chachikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? The fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. But in the end, something happened that meant the young man was able to carry his mission. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship? Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all the details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as the Sogi's replacement. And there's no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah! My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholm's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you're playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is the testimony given by this witness. Our details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Outside of your cabin was the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper? He was intending to take the witness's life? Exactly, as I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. Proves what? Alright, after I press this one, I'm gonna BRB, because I need to clear out my frickin' nose. My frickin' nose! There had been a shot fired, crewman would have heard it so clearly.
Hold it!
Would have been involved. The crewman who was standing directly outside of your cabin door, you mean? Sorry. That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Goku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes. Talking about that, what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by wormwood. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange the crewmen to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot. I would never have made it here to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Goku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part. Sure. Cosmo's never done anything wrong in his life. Sure. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. Oh, that was Rinosuke. Oops. So you mean Judge Goku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, I'll destroy him in a minute. Because...
Hold it!
Ah, no. I was just setting my Joy-Cons down. Gosh dang it. Alright. Friggin' BRB. Wah. Luigi. I'm back. And hopefully my nose is more clear now. Having my doubts though. Alright. So it's true Cosmo Sugi was assigned assassination mission 1 year ago. Target was Inspector Gregson. Condition British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant he was unable to carry his mission. In the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, crewmen would have heard it. I think I know. At 10 p.m., there was an evacuation drill.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim... Oh yeah, I never did an audio check. Audio check, 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 audio check. Alright. I should have done it when music was playing, gosh dang it. Oh well, it's fine. The guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? Hang on. I need to take some clothes off. Hold on. Good. Alright. There, that's better. It's just my house coat. It was camouflage. You can't see it. It was green screened. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Cross were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanated from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Goku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity? That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, the accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Shikoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Judge Shikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grrr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I'm not.
Objection.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. What the hell? You're a terrible judge. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Did you watch my beard clip through my tie? That was interesting. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Uh-huh. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Seo? Soy? Seoi? Words. Japanese words. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah, gosh dang it. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But as this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Dude. You're so petty. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my meal in the dining room. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door, just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But he's not from Britain. He doesn't know. But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Well, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right, none whatsoever. The door, Mr.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. So take care of him with any opponents you throw.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? It was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon Seo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately, without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Well, luckily there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seion throw. Seoi. Imagine this watch was broken, I threw him on my shoulder, had nothing to do with it. The crown snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, was it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. It did, though. The inspector was clearly... returned written. That doesn't mean anything. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What's a stripling?
Stripling.
A young man. Okay. There we go. Now my nose is clearing up finally. What? The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing, but they're not Mjolnir. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... how about the fact that frickin' he was found dead in a curled up position, almost as if he was stuffed inside of something before rigor mortis set in. How about that? All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not, Miss Susato. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought it had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No, but I seem to remember something about you're so high-ranking that your luggage doesn't get checked. Or something. What? No? So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever devices these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Hairbrand's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. And we'll see about that. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. Well, there must have been special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit that... That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, do we have any evidence of it? Wait, that one was from me. Kotoba, that's dismissal notice. Framed photograph, revolver, candelabrum, Gregson's photo, autopsy report, crime scene floor plan, notice board, records, photograph of victim. Inspector's ID, commemorative photo. Wait, no, okay. For a second I thought Gregson's trunk was in this photo. But this photo's still good proof!
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I'd say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. I learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Boy, this one's a stretch. I feel like this could have easily been one that I just, like, couldn't figure out because I didn't remember that particular fact. But, I mean, I mostly presented the picture because he has the luggage case next to him. But yeah. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. But Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Ew. Order in court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that the grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the Witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But, inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition would have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. By the way, like, Ryunosuke is doing such a good job in this trial. I feel like Phoenix didn't come to this aggressive self-propulsion until like near the end of game 3, Because, like, every time it'd been, you know, Mia came in to save him, or someone always came in to save him, but in 3-5, Phoenix definitely had to hold his own. And that's kind of what Ryunosuke's doing. He's flying solo. I mean, Susato's helping, but she's not, like, saving our bacon. We're pressing our points, right? Really appreciate that. This good character role. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin answering the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where the victim was killed. It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. His autopsy report? Victim was shot in the chest at close range in the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at entry point. Bullet exited body from behind. Caliber gun matches that standard issue firearms. Died instantly when he was shot at the scene on... Something that proves he didn't die instantly? Well, that wasn't me. That's my roommate sneezing in the other room. Wow. I'm surprised I picked up. Hmm. Alright, let's look at everything one at a time. Not my armband. Red-headed League. Somewhere. Suspicious nature. Photograph from Mr. Vigil. Wait, is it the photograph of him? Maybe because he's curled up? Is it the suitcase? Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk was moved from the scene. Because there is blood on the suitcase, and it has a slash in it. Alright, let's go back to the beginning. I skipped ahead. Photograph of Mr. Vigil, no. Letter of introduction. Blackbird line, no. Dismissal notice, no. Framed photograph, no. Revolver. It has to be like new evidence though, doesn't it? Because otherwise, why wouldn't we have made this point in a previous trial day? Telegram from Japan. Telegram from Inspector Hasnayo in Japan. Details. Small component. Sword. Iris's Lucky Charm. That doesn't help. Clint's autopsy report. No. Passport. Is it the trunk? Silky papers. No. ID papers. All I can think of is the trunk. Unless it's because the bullet exited the body and no bullet was ever found. Even though they allegedly locked it in immediately after the gunshot. I'll try the trunk, and if that's not it, I'll try the autopsy report.
Take that!
Crap. The Japanese really are a curious breed. To prefer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Gosh dang it. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. What? Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you going to try again? Or can you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Evidence that he was moved. Surprisingly clearly. The sword? Well, I said I would try the autopsy report next.
Take that!
Gosh dang it. Oh, alright. Just don't look it up. Feels bad, man. Dun, 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 dun. Present evacuation itinerary statement 4 or 5. Okay. Examine a small component. Wait. Sadly, you have no picture of the bullet hole, so you have to present evidence. Other items are found in the room. Examine a small component. On top of Gregson's pocket watch to find coincidentally the former fits perfectly. Present a small component. This may Gregson certainly on us express. Oh, we're past that already. Oops. Commemorative photograph. Already did that. Photograph of the victim. Oh my god, I was already talking about this point. It's just alright. I don't understand the logic. Okay, the fact that he's curled into a ball proves that he was moved, undeniably, I guess.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. Like, I was talking about that, but it doesn't line up with the question they were asking. Whatever. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fatal position due to the pain of the shots, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Chikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Okay, but presenting the autopsy report doesn't prove the point, though? Whatever. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it's been kept in a confined space. No. Shichikoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Present my trunk? I refuse! What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have put up with this. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because some stripling's baseless accusations. Oh, they're quite based. In other words, Judge Ikoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Wah! Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You, dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? I was gonna say it was Kazuma. As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, prosecutor. Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible because he only uses a sword and he was killed by a gun, I guess. Also, like, if it was Kazuma, why? It's one of those things where logically, like, why would you have denied it up until now? Why would you have kept saying that you don't know anything? If it was someone else, and you knew it was them, why wouldn't you have just said so? It's impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. That music, let's go. What? Yeah. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? His sword. Oh, it's so tempting to just go back to the guide because I already have it open. No, let's think about it first. Let's think about it. Okay, telegram from Japan? No. Small component? No. Evacuation drill? No. Sword? Maybe. Not really sure why. Actually, lucky charm? No. Glimpse autopsy report? No. Passport? No. Well, maybe. Because it says, like, Gregson and one other person can travel. So, how would he make it back? No, but that... No, that wouldn't make sense, because that's, like, the whole assassination plan was with the passport, so... The Asogi papers... So was it supposed to be that Gregson killed Jigoku and then Asogi killed Gregson? Was that like the original plan? There's a bug on my wall. There's a bug on my wall. It needs to die. It's dead. Okay. Gregson's trunk. Maybe? The Asogi papers, no. Commemorative photograph, no. Inspector's ID, no. Gregson's pocket watch, no. Photograph of victim, no. Various firecracker, no. Notice board, no. Crime scene floor, no. Autopsy report. No. Is it because he doesn't know how to use a gun? I mean, obviously, if he's an assassin on a mission assigned by the government, someone could have just told him how to use the gun or taught him whatever. I'm gonna go with the sword.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around in the courtroom for entertainment. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't upset Suzato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Oh. Is there proof that Kazuma was somewhere else? At 10? The court will only accept argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Alright, we're looking for time-based things then. I mean, is it literally just the evacuation? If I don't find anything else that mentions time, I guess it has to be. That's in the past. That has nothing to do with time. This is also way in the past. I mean, this has to do with time, but whatever. Alright, it must be the evacuation drill.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord, this is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Just Shikoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. But that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, that no one would possibly get that on their first guess. But like his response after you present something wrong, like, kind of is a giveaway, but like, who's gonna guess that on the first shot? I didn't come to Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at the boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. I forgot about that. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Gah! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or government minister. This time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, he's gonna break it. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Uh-oh. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Yep. Whoa. What? It's over. My life is over. Hmm. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. That was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there is but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. I made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah! So, that means the assassination exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper! I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock? I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I had received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have used it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse? Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Wow. When that got put in my evidence, I remember I was like, no! I don't want this to be evidence! Stop it! And I examined Jigoku. Like, what's up with him? What's up with him? It was the innocuous suitcase on the bottom left that was important. Like, of course he has a suitcase. He just got here. Man, these games. Tell you what. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for that Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecracker would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Well, thanks for laying it out for us. That's not the end, though. That's not the end. That can't be the end. There's more to solve. Oh, I didn't mean to twitch like that. They don't call it twitch.tv for nothing. Hydration check. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. What about the diplomatic immunity thing? Isn't that the whole point of the assassin exchange? An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who is the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. It ain't finished. You gotta take down the big bad. I'm finished. Don't you do it. Objection! Objection! Then in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Wait, that's the guilty one, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of the court that you should be found... Hey, he's not on trial! He's not on trial! And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Hey! Where's my client's verdict? Hey! Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, The defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? We ain't finished. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick Van Zeek's objection! Objection! Kazuma? The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? That's not how you extend the trial. Whatever. But Judge Shigoku already confessed. Nevertheless, Barrick Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrick Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Whew. Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means, we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. Stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwillingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement that he has with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Yeah. Hey. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this violent and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right, that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. I came here today to determine to face him. Though, whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street on that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. Should I even press? So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Your mom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within the man's testimony. Hang on, I want to test something real quick. And... Ow. Didn't send me in the right direction, but whatever. And... Oh. Okay. Alright. I'm testing something. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Reaper in the Assassin Exchange. Alright, so freaking like I paused on it because it was so obvious. Point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Hello, sir. Usually I like to press everything first, but it's staring me in the face. Clint Van Zeek's. I just need to find the right piece of evidence. Alright, Inspector Gregson, John H. Wilson. Yeah.
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait. This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. I ain't running nowhere. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know at that time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. Someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks to avenge his brother's senseless death, and with a marvelous victory in court. Distracted. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the 2 killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. Okay. I'm reminded of the end of Case 3, where Asogi, where Kazuma cut the wax model of his father in half. And in that context, it seems like he's rejecting his father, but I think what he was doing was rejecting the notion that his father was a killer, which is what the wax model represents. Oh. Oh. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. Uh-oh, we're red. I'm gonna hydration check while it's red. Looks like it's back on Twitch. Okay, there, it's green. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin... Wait, what is my bitrate? I think I recently upped my, Oof. I upped my resolution, but I did not up my bitrate. I should do that. Can I do it live? StreamLabs doesn't let you, but I think... Do I have it? I have it at 3500, but I should have it at 4000. There we go. 4000 makes me angry. Anyway. I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? She's so disinterested in it. That will very much depend on the answer you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigation officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the court of justice, and that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised? Liaised. Establish a working relationship, typically in order to cooperate on a matter of mutual concern. Okay. Liaised. Liaise with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. He's just a prosecutor, though. He's not like chief prosecutor. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks. Sit down, Strongheart.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this thing was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Let's do a hydration check. This is gonna feel good.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? That's right. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when you recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Finally! Feels so good. Oh. The court awaits your response, my lord. Wait, hold on. I need to double check something real quick. Okay. No. Sorry, I had a robot voice for a second. Just to check. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Can't do that in this game. What, you mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. What? Order. Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Too bad I'm gonna steal it from him. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. Wait, what? No, I was trying to... No, that was an accident. Gosh dang it. I was just trying to get through the text. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Seiss won't say anything against Strongheart. Ryunosuke, please! I'm sorry, Kazuma. Mr. Naruhodo... No, I know! I know who it is, even! It's frickin'... It's Maria Gori. Isn't there someone rather important whom you've overlooked? Hmm? No, it's not. It's not Maria Gori, actually. It's Miko Toba. Your silence is beautifully eloquent. I take it we've reached the end of this debate, then? We'll let the matter be closed for good. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Isogi as a visiting student. And what would his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba's witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him in the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Isogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims, and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Isogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. You're the real son of a gun. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Isogi, you'll be remanded following these proceedings. Remanded, not reprimanded? Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Remanded?
Remand.
Place a defendant on bail or in custody, especially when a trial is adjourned. Huh. Arg. Sit down. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Isogi. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Be the other judge. Or something. Or Sholmes. Okay. But Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave this courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? Oh, the whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Ooh. Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occur behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly something? Say he doesn't sense the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is... remanded in custody. My lord, you sure those present you would uncover the whole truth here? Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial, on with the trial! Testify! 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 Well, my lord, you hear the voice of the British Justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for a subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Also, shouldn't you put someone else in as judge? A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, You're of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and the reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. That's section 3 out of 4? Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, we're under 3 hours, so if the next section is of similar length, we should be good. Yeah, we're gonna save. Oh, she is also here. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori. For a second I had to think if it was Maria or Mariah. Mariah has an H at the end. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too. Who let her have scalpels in the courtroom? That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelation about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student. A visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. I get change every time I say it. So you're present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. A secondary assistant. She wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at that time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Why? From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Okay, what was it? I swear to God. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, you are certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear it to in testimony. Ah. Okay, he had a sword in the heart, and he, after being stabbed, swallowed something to identify his killer? Nuh-uh. That was done to the body before it went in for autopsy. Well, that clears things up nicely. Definitely not an evil laugh you have going on there. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Can I cross-examine? If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered in the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Inosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Alright. I'm not really sure. I don't think there's anything to present on yet. Paranormal observations say there's any indication that they fabricated. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication. You couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. At times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I would have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quiet, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes. There was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by Western South Sword transfixed the heart. I find it a little strange.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings in the investigation carried out at the time. But Getchin Isogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast was used to carry out the killings was never identified. We're almost at 300. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori? Hold on, gotta check something. Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. This statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally, but they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? What? It's just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach? Please, for the love of goodness. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, they're sparkly and round with a hole. That's what might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring? Was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth, or ring finger. I'd understood it was something of a keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check the presence of his ring. Check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. That sounds painful. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just I was thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Yeah, me too. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this crucial evidence for today's proceedings. That it is. Very well. You may submit it. Gimme that. Gimme. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh, who'd make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi down about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Interesting. Interesting. The ring belonging to Genshin Sogi found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy was clasping the gem, but sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. I did. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Nasogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father. You look so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh! I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Calamity? My observation couldn't say there was any indication the autopsy results had been fabricated. Alright, I was gonna present on the 5th one. And say, oh yeah, he swallowed this sharp thing? Where's the evidence of his, like, torn up esophagus? They deliberately drew my attention to this one. Go for it.
Objection!
Crap. My lord, as counsel for the defense, I must object to that last statement. And as judge, I must deny your objection. There is no contradiction here. Oh. No contradiction other than the fact that the Far Eastern lawyer is practicing in a British courtroom. Put there by a not so far away Lord Chief Justice, if you remember. Okay, maybe it is number 5.
Objection!
Oh, come on! That last statement, blah 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 blah. Gosh dang it. Alright, then, that's Gregson's autopsy. Death from a stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible, little ring finger on the right hand, no document. Scarlet ink stains visible on little and ring finger, right hand with no document and corresponding was found. Vital evidence recovered from victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to inspect rectum for petitioning dog. No internal trauma.
Objection!
I'm gonna scream. Alright. It's the autopsy report on number 5.
Objection.
You're joking. Alright, I'm looking it up. This is stupid. I'm mad. Press on to statement 4, Asogi's ring. Present Asogi's ring on statement 3. There are no other signs of internal injury. Oh my god. Alright, fine. Fine.
Objection.
Whatever, I think those other ones were valid. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during that procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. Hey, that's not even what I presented. Whatever. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus? Is that how you spell esophagus? I don't think it is. Maybe it's the British way. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you? I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would have been seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? What? My father? Saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand he had used to wear that ring. Ah! Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Well, wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did not oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ag. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. If that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart from bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. God forbid. We still got time. We're doing good. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole! I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention. But pose looks weird at this angle. There's no conceivable reason why the man would have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Deliver to my son Kazuma and Emperor Japan. In my deep sadness, I accept my fate in this foreign land, and also I will never see my home family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Last will and testament against Asogi must fail to disappear. So he agreed that if he was a silent all trial, that his things could be sent home.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. No, what? Oh my god. As indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. We've wasted enough time. It's clear to me that any further discussion of this case will be fruitless. Barak Van Zieks, I would like to think that, however misguided, you acted out of a sense of justice nonetheless, though it pains me to have reached this conclusion. No! Wait, my lord! In accordance with the findings of this court, I hereby pronounce the defendant, Barrick Van Zeeks. Yeah, alright, whatever. That doesn't make any sense. That concludes business. Court is adjourned. Goodbye. Let's try again. Alright. Explain Asogi's silence. Is it really not the autopsy report? Or the... No, the Asogi papers? Not the autopsy report. Alright, let's think this over slowly and carefully. I was so sure that was the right answer, but it's not. Ring along against you found in the Lord of Seats. That very nasty scratch. Telegram from most unknown Japan. Details telegram. Evacuation drill itinerary. Great sarcasm. Harris's lucky charm. Clint's autopsy report. Passport. Patient's trunk. Asogi papers. Whatever photograph. Virtual spot watch. Photograph the victim. The inspector notice board. Crime scene floor plan. Autopsy report. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I looked it up. Judge me. I don't know why I just like passed by it. Where even is it? Select papers, come out photograph, inspector's ID, pocket watch. I guess I got hasty and I just started scrolling really fast. It's on the first page, dismissal notice. Because his escape was planned. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't know, I'm just losing my patience, that's all. That's why I'm resorting to looking it up instead of guessing everything.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that. In fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years? Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Oh my gosh, Sholmes. Alright, credit where credit's due. Sholmes is pretty good at what he does. Had to take a quick hydration check. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Oi, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everybody calls me Gossip. I sell daunting little tidbits to passerby. Your other persona, if you don't mind? Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was nigh anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddies. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So we will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief water vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I deny Ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I deny Ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was not a thing about the professor case that was not unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you. So you follow orders even though you didn't know who they came from? I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitted to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Jailbreak plot. The day that Japanese jock was found guilty, directives came from the prosecutor's office. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it right away. And it wasn't me. How can I say, even with certainty, that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from high up the ladder. Basically, how can I give you any indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious. All I can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't bother with idle speculation. We just got the job done. Assign the convict chief water vigil here and put the plan in action behind the scenes. Oops, that's the wrong button. Gosh dang it.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right. Isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've never the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But wouldn't I be surprised if there were other folk in prison service who'd been given similar orders? So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe as she's known now? Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up until that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil. How can I apologize enough? No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Oof. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Ha. I denied can after there was some negotiations between the convict and prosecutor's office. But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I deny Caden nothing about it. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know, that's for sure. What you don't know for sure, I can that much I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence? All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great Russian Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail, nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Hello?
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need at all for the chicaneries? Wow. I was like, there's no way he's saying chicaneries. And I read it through like 3 times, like, he's saying chicaneries! Need all for the chicaneries of an escape. Ah! That's what I was thinking. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in a vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Chamber of Secrets, the prisoner of Barclay Band. Philosopher's Stone. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? It does nay indeed. Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Guts! Hey, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely? How can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the Collier? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish what happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Sogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Yeah, I know what to do here. I didn't look it up, I promise. This one's just actually well structured. Nothing to bargain with. I seem to recall he had some sort of final weapon.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison? Kenshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Havers, the fellow could not possibly had anything like that.
But you know he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah,
Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
you squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you not to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now. So stop touching me.
Grog!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jings, what the blaze are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know, yon lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What?
What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with the so-called Asogi Papers.
A waste of time. The will was fake. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear the Barclay prison was hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these dubious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. I was very manipulative of Ryunosuke. You know what he was doing. The Asogi Papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. All we found about the Asogi Papers when a directive came telling me to impound him. Document was in the folds of this fella's robes that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. A kimono? In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true! Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? You wee waffinger. What does that mean? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Stop. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Gah! Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny that handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that as my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Stop your evil grin. Stop. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, I feel like it's going to be another pursue thing here. As warders are responsible for the convicts, attending a could watch over itself. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet, he confessed in full to the crimes. Blah, words. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something in that will in the cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the bant in your eye, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecution's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that will... Turn the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it, is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can I have disappeared completely in my face?"
Aye, well... It's doomed to the government to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it's clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... Article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal? I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Well, he found out about circuit papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye. From the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What was the name on it?
I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document? Not will?
Aye. That's what it said.
I'm
clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness. Document was in the folder, fellow's robes, it was left in a cell, a kimono I think it's called.
Hold it!
It seems oddly specific. In Mr. Asogi's kimono?
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during a few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, the kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have been had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect for Yunosuke. Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed his sword, but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implementation to the prosecutor's office.
A scissori inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt?
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say,
Is that right?
the letters just look like Squam and Master Jet Black earthworms to me. Worms?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger on the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt out something like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Something about the testimony we just heard? Is it something? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not. And I'm able to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with his possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. I don't know if this is a contradiction. Necessarily, but I'm gonna do it.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Heavens again, you've no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, there's something in here that's bothering me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Fastidious?
Fastidious.
Very attentive to and concerned about accuracy and detail. Okay. Isn't that the name of like a Sonic Boom character? Fastidious Beaver or something? Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hands. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious. I'm guessing that's just mean punctual? No. Punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. Alright, I'll look it up.
Punctilious.
Punctilious. Showing great attention to detail or correct behavior. So that's fastidious and punctilious are the same thing. They're synonyms. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir, when you spotted Mr. Sogi with the documents in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Objection.
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Was Clint the professor? And so he found out and he killed him instead of reporting him. Or he felt bad about it and Asogi agreed to kill him. Like Clint agreed too. But whatever, I should just keep playing. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to, having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Fusato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. I want to check something real quick. Okay. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting... It was in fact the man believed to have been the fifth victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself! Ah! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he is a paragon of justice. He was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature? The general public ever found out, in order the country would vanish. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrett Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realize that his older brother really was... Is it conceivable? Was that it is or is it? Is it? I can't read. Lord Van Zeeks. Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He's a very well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. Balmung. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. Why? What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Hound of the Baskervilles! What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? The Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible. These Japanese are making up... blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Japanese are making it up all to exonerate their own. So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. And at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed. And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That thought his anonymity remains. Diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for the Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
Sorry. 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of the country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard to this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did? He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings.
by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. Sorry, I zoned out for a split second, so I didn't follow all the text. But I'm caught up now. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And? What about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you're behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that means employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion last night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. Well, what weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Don't smile while you say that. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows. to forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma? He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part of the... to perfection. But your role really wasn't of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson, who left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent weighing of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. So, that was a full confession, yeah? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess that it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in aid to keep London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. No. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all.
that you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I'd never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. It was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was a Lord Chief Justice at the time. And it was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Okay. I think Strongheart was the professor. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Oh boy. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it this 11th... I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. What? Third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential. The man's circumstances unthinkable that man would have killed his best friend mentor.
and Strongheart cut him off. Okay. It was Lord Van Zeeks, I'm sure of it. Something about him, what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it. Again, find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. And it was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Yeah, okay, Ryunosuke pretty much had the thought the same time I did. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I failed to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore the new development. What evidence is inconsistent? Alright, I don't know the answer to this, but let's take a look. Alright, it's not the Red-Headed League, I think. Unless they really expect me to read those side articles. Photograph. No. Letter of introduction. No. Dismissal notice. No. Framed photograph. No. Revolver. No. Press the B button, God. Red hairpiece. That's a no. Candelabrum. No. Policeman figure. No. Gregson's photograph. Old photographic print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson's office. Person on the left is Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Okay. Autopsy report. Of Gregson? No. Crime scene floor plan. No. Notice board. No. Venus firecracker. No. Photograph of the victim. No. Gregson's pocket watch. No. Inspector's identification. No. Commemorative photograph. No. Isogi papers. Gregson's trunk. No. Passport. Clint's autopsy report. Scarlet ink. Outlaws recovered victims selling credits and Inspector Gregson for doggedly pursuing no internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Iris' lucky charm? Maybe. Greatsword Karuma. Prize. Swords tip. Small piece. Evacuation drill itinerary. No. Small component. No. Telegram from Japan. Mr. Sogi's ring. I want to say it's the photograph, Gregson's photograph, but like,
There's nothing specifically here, but I feel like there might have been dialogue at some point that was about that. Something, something, something. I'll give it a shot.
Take that!
Crap.
Dear me. Oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. But there's no contradiction with either the defendant or myself, naturally. No, the contradiction here lies squarely with you, counsel. Ow. Yeah, alright. I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. Are you serious? You're gonna say that at this point? Don't you dare show your face again at my door once this trial is over. What the hell? It's gonna be very lonely around the Naruhodo dinner table in the future. As long as I'm alive, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure we need only think again to fix the situation. Oh my, Mr. Zato, yes, of course, of course. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oh geez, it takes you all the way back? No way. Come on. Come on. What? Oh, okay. Sorry, I looked a little... I resorted to the guide and I went a little too far ahead. Oh, alright, I probably could have caught that. Lord Strongheart mentioned the 3-page will. Boy, that's 2 pages. I see. I was going at totally the wrong angle. I don't know how long it would have taken me to figure that out. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminated evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will testament penned in black ink left by the man. Okay, so it did catch my attention that he bothered to say 3-paged, but I didn't necessarily think it was wrong. I just thought it was weird detail to put in. Oops. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you just made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction? With which piece of evidence? I ask you.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were, the 3-page last will and testament. Ah!
be that originally there was a third page. For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? I was there. For sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? Only the first two pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we would not have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought nigh to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me and now.
My father's message!
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitable maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read Wareham language.
This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry.
Oh. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That is the end of the message, it would seem.
Kazuma, give me your sword. Alright, maybe it's too late. Or it's too early, rather. The opposite of too late.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Is he not wearing it now?
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Hang on 1 second. Gotta do something real quick alike. Arg. Sorry about that. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I still stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yeah, I accidentally looked it up already. Wait, my lord. I'm not sure if I would have figured it out or not, so it's just as well. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Listen to the music. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take
What did I say, Counsel? If you're capable were my words. Ah! And this evidence clearly demonstrates you're not. You're capable only of destroying your own argument. Wait, what?
Do I have to examine it first?
Hold on. Karuma, the Great Blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Yeah, now I can do something up here. The mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. See, okay. This should have been able to be procced the instant that line of dialogue is read. Alright, I have no idea when between then and now it became able to be examined in such a way. Boo. Boo. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Here's my neck. That's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh! I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as the head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believed. Kashira?
So Mr. Sogi's word really meant
Twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Ah! Look at what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moment before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. One's plot hole. If they can't read Japanese, how did they know only the first 2 pages were will? And the last page was just a message to his child. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I see. So, the sword is technically wrong. Oh, I can't examine it, huh? Anyway. Ryunosuke, we know that Asogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago, using the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks as bargaining power. And yet, after his death, the document couldn't be found in his cell at prison. Yeah, I know. So does that mean the fact that it was never found mean it could still be hidden somewhere and discovered after all these years? My lord, the defense does have the evidence, and I'm ready to present it now. Well, it seems you're intent on more self-destruction. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can verify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ooh, look at his face. Gra and such. My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kuruma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Sogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword for all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen? To defy the monarch's will is treason! Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen it on that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read out loud, now! We have the right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty! Right. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sake. No! That's right. Breakdown. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife amongst the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject of his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I'd kill. As I watched my former mentor perish from my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and haven't sunk to the levels of a wild beast.
Sorry.
There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my exonerator, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, did I say exonerator? Extortioner? Lord Male Strongheart, it was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Ow. Crime must be cut off at the roots, and the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you asked me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had been a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Sorry. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. Blast. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the Empire. Then what will we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Why didn't you shoot the grave robber? He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him you could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. They had this whole conversation, like, within Drebber screaming. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Bang. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Holy crap. I imagine this game must be, like, insane to replay, knowing all the twists. Like, go back to Case 1-1, and, like, Jigoku's presiding over the trial with Kazuma trying to be the defendant, and I just looked down and I was just like, I shot your father, by the way. Just so you know. Or the fact that you're carrying the vital final piece of evidence around with you for most of both games inside the sword? That's crazy. Or knowing that Sholmes knows all this ahead of time, more or less. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard? By the time Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain, you can imagine what would have happened if it came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and the public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the convincing that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Yay! Character arcs. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? His eyes look like they're glowing. That was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Oof. Gargura? Oh, look at him go. Oh, look at him go. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. Well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. Why is the music dramatic? What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. Yes, actually, you can be indicted. Just not for direct murder. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. Blackmailing people into murdering someone is absolutely a crime. Don't get it twisted. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed upon people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Okay, you bargained with people to kill. That's a crime too. I would like to address the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses of our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge amongst the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back into the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. It was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. That's a lot. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. Yeah, okay. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All of these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preventing law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Aren't people going to start blackmailing you now, though? Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. Things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. No, come on. Oh my gosh. Oh my good golly goshness. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation in his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. I can't think of any evidence, but... Yes, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom, and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. But what do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them, otherwise they are merely objectionable. Gosh dang it. The defense has no objection to being penalized in this instance. Come on. Fear not, Mr. Naruhodo. I certainly won't object if you decide to make, perhaps, a wiser choice now. Yes. Right, a wise choice, of course. Here it comes. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Yeah, I guess I should have known. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have amongst the evidence, it's now. It's now. It's now. It's now! Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if he had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes, heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice! Mr. Sholmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? Holograms? Come on. It's Mr. Sholmes. Alright, obviously teleportation is out of the question, but we got effective telephones like 150 years ago. Cell phones even. And holograms. I wasn't expecting you back, back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Sholmes, what are you doing? I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. Check out my 6 dance moves, though. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. How are you doing this? Is Iris, like, on the ceiling using a projector? Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company amused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description! And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusted partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping stand to steady himself after your sharp arrival. Poor father. Would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which I would hope led naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Usato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? That's where the Queen lives. Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this all about? They've been eavesdropping the whole trial. Buckingham Palace
Is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto? Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be... I mean... No. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling... This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest investigation, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspicious Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about these unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about, Queen Victoria. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you've fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty of the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned. 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 Court is adjourned. Are they gonna land on him? Oh, okay. It's like, that's a little excessive. Oh my. Oh. Oh my gosh. Is he alive? Did he survive that? Is everyone else okay? Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, and it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain the will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrick, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint Van Zieks, rather. Clint. So, do we have a judge? Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant of this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery.
You know, I really would have appreciated them, like, animating, like, him walking up there. It would have been impactful. Just saying. Wah, cheese, wah. Craig Moore.
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east, Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations.
What's an intimation? Indication or hint?
Intimation.
That if the British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You're a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
No Iris, huh? She's not important enough. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those that feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Nailed it. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere,
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure that we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrett Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrett Van Zeeks. Woo! We did it! We beat the game! Confetti! Yay! That is all. Court is adjourned. Why does the walkthrough have, like, 2 more pages of text? Nothing's bolded, so I don't need to, like, present anything. Alright. We're in this for the long haul. Oh, I am, at least. I don't know about you, chat. 4th November, 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. The game knows that took 6 hours. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though, through it all, Miss Susato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Hi. Miss Susato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Rain and lightning. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama? I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, I consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness!
Alright. I'll admit, I never speculated Clint Van Zieks as Iris's father. Okay. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you?
Uh-oh. Stop. Wow. There, okay. And here I was thinking that 1 AM came and went without the audio getting screwed up.
What do you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? It's a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically... No. No. Yeah. I mean, it was a foregone conclusion, I guess. It's just hard to say. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it. An old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather, with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? No, duh. That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose you didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. And if the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Oh man. Iris is gonna be like, Unky Barrick, Unky Barry. I'm gonna cry. They haven't actually confirmed it's Iris, but come on. I'll eat my own shoe if it's not Iris. I imagine that this last hour, in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
Being Mr. Sholmes, I presume?
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really? All it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh!
That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Eh? Is? No, not Ayame from Hololive. The name Ayame is primarily a female name of Japanese origin that means iris. So like the iris flower. Not the iris. I assume. You don't typically name girls after parts of the body, you name them after flowers. Iris. I had no idea. Ow! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. I mean, it still would have happened. Even if it wasn't in court, she already, like, declared to strip him of his rights. It just would have been a flashy show. We would have found out, like, later. It had become apparent to me that... I mean, I guess his move was having the queen listen in. Is the important part. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris! Yeah, I'm kidding. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Victi said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl, again? No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. She heard everything. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Dang it, Sholmes. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo will allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. They won't let me check the court record anymore. I was gonna check their ages compared to each other. You know that it's a crack ship. You know there's people out there shipping it. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Are those actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Hmm? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! I gotta wait for credits to give my final thoughts. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. _4th November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I'm home! Hey. About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. It means fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations, take down every detail, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, hmm? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Miss Sholmes? God. What? You were? Why the deuce didn't you say before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots. What? Stop being British. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing my corporal's claw and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jenny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't ever gonna accept a Diverton deck, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. Blah. What? What unplugged? Stop it. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's going by me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Cough. Oh, yeah. Made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man? Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find you, Dad, and bring him in kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh? Eh? Iris? No, I'm gonna cry. Don't do this to me. Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Ellie, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realised my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hallie? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hallie. Thank you, Daddy. Oh. I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that ought to express my gratitude to you. I ought to. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's weighed off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hallie?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Oh, I'm pretty sure Iris knows, though. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. I wasn't crying, shut up. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. 4th November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Aww. Naruhodo. Ah, dang it. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps, at times, to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of the most terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskervilles insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you would have made the connection to Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes at the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented a story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London to return to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean? Sholm sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail.
I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion was somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused, I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as, words. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Overheard that, huh? Susato-san. I wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it.
I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. There's another bug in my wall. He's crawling in the same spot. He did not seem to learn from his brother who died. Well, he's dead now too. Actually, that one I'm not sure if it's dead, but I flicked him. And then he fell. Oh yes, you're right. Oh yes, you're right. Stupid bug. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. I think she's gonna go with us. I think she's gonna go with us. 7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. I don't know what Quayside means. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
I really love their Japanese-British accents. They're so good.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Yeah, let's go.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Aww.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
We're gonna have a pretend sword fight? Or are we just gonna touch them? Just gonna touch swords. Okay.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
His voice is a little higher pitched than I thought.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
I mean, I guess Sholmes did narrate some of the...
And that brings us to the
Preambles.
end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Honk.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Oh,
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh my god! This game's so good! Oh man. Oh, we're not done. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote something something. I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and want to promise close court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided that an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? I understand that wardrobe class is no charge whatsoever.
Alright, so I'm finishing the game. Thank you.
What a game it was. Holy crap. I gave a little note to Helly the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Helly cry. And it gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red softly. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Oh. I'm surprised they didn't explicitly state that Iris knows about her father. Or they didn't tell her. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt something, gosh dang it. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of the young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
I have a game today, but on PS4.
Oh, sorry about massive spoilers. The boss left a note for me, you know? And I can even read every letter now, from A to Z. It's clear a load of good stuff. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could say how grateful it was before he, you know. Yeah, big surprise on the final victim. Did not think they would go there.
That's okay, finished both on 3DS and a couple years ago. Oh, you played the Japanese versions.
You might be diver hot, but it's good hot. You reminded me to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got a complete education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as I say. Oh, Gregson, rest in peace. He was a good guy. He didn't deserve it. Man.
Now that you're finished, I can say, uh-oh.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into office, blah 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 blah. Objection! A complete absurd overruled minister is defending the agreement. With this Scottish Council for the Defense, woman is forbidden from blah blah blah. Oh really? My friend Susada-san is in the British courtroom at the time, doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged in the service of regular legal team.
Vortex Def is Gant ancestor lol.
Vortex? Oh, Strongheart. Yeah, he's very Ganty. You can identify a lot of descendants. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting blah blah blah? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
Aw, cute. Oh gosh, Saseki and Rei instant defense in Japan now.
Yes. I guess. That, doesn't really make sense. But, I'll allow it. Sure, whatever. So Saki's a defense attorney? Like, what? Oh, God. Here I am, in great fit and invitation with order. He sent a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around that everything was settled. But what have I done? I'm so excited. I picked this splendid hotel and I can't afford the bill. Oh, better come to my rescue again, please. Oh, I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Yeah, what other ancestors? Ryunosuke and Phoenix, obviously. I guess you could say Van Zeeks and Edgeworth, if you want to. When I went to the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized something. But even the witness stand in the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we to spells would not do. Wait, the Chief Justice is the one she struck the bargain with? To get in the graveyard? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby, you know? Hey, everyone calls me Peppino. I sell it as a beer, do you write blah blah blah, my accents. I can't rapid fire them, what do you want from me? Everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Dally, how charming. You have made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Could be because I found this setting to be a breath of fresh air in the series, but this duology is my favorite part of the series. It was really good. I'm not sure if I'll have to sleep on it. I'll have to get some distance from it before I can decide if I like it better than the original trilogy. When I was accepted on the Foreign Studies Tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However, it might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. It's funny, they deliberately distance themselves from some of the supernatural parts of Ace Attorney, but then they have sci-fi elements with Iris's inventions. with the cell phones and the holograms. It's a little shark jumpy, but I'll forgive it because it was cool. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that something. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. She said the thing. Apparently 1 and 2 were supposed to be one game only. Yeah, I can feel it. I was gonna say, I'll wait till we get to actual credits so I don't miss this dialogue. Aww. Cute. Oh, I forgot about that cat. That cat was not really relevant to this game. Aww. But yeah, while I was kind of against it when it was first coming up as a plot point, Kazuma coming back to life, whatever, not actually being dead, like, I was complaining about it at first, but they totally sell it because you can tell that it was always written with the intention with him to come back, and it wasn't like it wasn't a retroactive thing, because these games were so clearly written together. The ending, Case 5 here was in mind when they made Case 1 of the first game. Like, what outstanding writing. It was incredible. My only complaints is that some of the times you gotta present evidence, it's a little unclear what they're actually trying to get you to do. But I mean, they know walkthroughs exist these days. Like, it's mostly just the verbiage of what they're asking for. At certain times could be a little clearer. Cause yeah, you know what I mean. Really like how cohesive it feels. Yeah, definitely. It definitely feels more cohesive than the original trilogy. The original trilogy feels like 3 separate games. But freaking that guy. Stop posing. But these definitely felt like one big game. Which, I mean, I played it as one big game. I imagine if you played the original, you might have had a complaint that, what the heck, why'd they make me buy it as 2 games? Why'd they Sonic 3 and Knuckles me on this? These were clearly one game. Why'd they sell it to me twice? But, I mean, I bought it on Switch, so I only bought it once. Honestly, I don't usually mind that kind of stuff anyway. I'd rather buy a game twice than have to deal with microtransactions. Ugh. Wait, is there DLC to this game? You bought it twice? Fair. I mean, if you buy the original and you feel like buying the port, I mean, that's your decision, I guess. But, yeah. Or you bought it twice on 3DS, because that's how they sold it. Yeah. I mean, I bought the special edition of Fire Emblem Fates, and I wasn't complaining about having to pay for multiple games worth of content, even though it should have been one game. Which they did better than Three Houses anyway, but it didn't really bother me. Is there DLC cases? I know there is in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Or Spirit of Justice doesn't really have a DLC case. It has DLC, but it's just like dumb fan service stuff. It's not really a case. You remember there being some? Ooh, we'll take a look. Maybe we're not as done with this as I thought. Quit clapping. Oh my god, he is so tall. Yeah, he really does have Damon Gant energy, doesn't he? Like the mainline series of Ace Attorney 2, but they feel more sporadic due to the filler cases. Yeah, every case in this was important. There were no filler cases. I don't especially mind filler cases. I'm not one of those people that complains about Turnabout Big Top. I don't mind it. Yeah, honestly, I didn't bring it up at any point, but this whole case, it has very Rise from the Ashes energy from it, with taking down the, you know, the high-ranking officer. But Damon Gaunt was never on the judge podium. That was not expecting that. You complain about Big Top because it was so dumb? Yeah, I mean, every case is a little dumb. if you want to go there. Some are just more dumb than others. Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve, Finn. Gosh, I love Ace Attorney so much. Where's Ace Attorney 7? Or Great Ace Attorney 3? Release them now. I want to play them. Hey, get out of here, achievement. I want a full screen cap. Yeah, there we go. The dude literally tried to murder a child? Wait, he did? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played original trilogy. Special contents. Short extra episodes? What? Oh, I ain't got time for this. Not today. In the first 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses in his earlier trial, having a battle of words, defendant's antechamber. The second escapade, it transpires that another crime was committed aboard the SS Buria. Oh my god. These are like 8 DLC mini trials? Okay, well... As craze takes place as Ryunosuke and Susato visit Lord Strongheart to report the outcome of Natsume's trial.
They find a flustered Inspector Gregson attempting to solve a very taxing problem before his time runs out. The farce escapade unfolding one morning on Baker Street when Iris has prepared breakfast for everyone as usual, but Ryunosuke makes find an envelope under his door containing a death threat. One of us could put that there, and why? An escapade in Naruhodo's legal consultancy where Susato appears to be rather irritated because it seems Ryunosuke has been buying a little too much bric-a-brac. That's a weird expression. Now the whole place is brimming with things that they don't need, and his latest purchase has nearly rocked the boat with Iris and Susato. In this escapade in Mr. Natsumi's room, it is revealed that the Japanese scholar was once a teacher of English. He had much to say of the cultural differences between Japan and Britain, as well as sentimentality, Shakespeare, and cycling. A chilling escapade about a shilling's escape from the clutches of Rolly and Pat Beat, who'd only just found on the street. Gina the pickpocket is the obvious suspect, but Ryunosuke, Sholmes, and Iris how to be passing and the plot quickly thickens. This escapade takes place in the Old Bailey courtroom where the defendant is none other than Sholmes himself, and the charge is a most mysterious murder. Ryunosuke naturally advocates for the defense against the infallible Reaper, Lord Van Zeeks, but Sholmes' testimony calls true culprit to crime, no question. Alright, Oh wait, it doesn't have the asinine ones? Wait, what? Wait, were there other escapades that were like really stupid in the original? Like, this was DLC in the original, right? I assume for Chronicles they gave it to you for free. I assume that's what the Taylor is as well. With 2 DLCs for the second one? There's 2 DLCs for the second one. London and Japan. Usually if there's DLC, they like show in-game. But let's be honest, finding DLC on the Nintendo eShop sucks. It's not very well organized. Voice recitals, what?
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is.
I don't remember that.
Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Okay.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim. It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. Prepare for a Susato takedown!
Oh.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So everyone, let us begin. It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close. Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. I'm a great British consultant.
Oops.
Objection! I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
I remember this man dancing in the hologram in the last case. Yeah, he did do that. it was quite amusing.
Objection!
Alright, she never did that.
Objection! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention! Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular! Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend. I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way. Leave this to me.
Objection!
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Eh?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Chum's dancing with the guards jumping about was amazing. Yes, it was. Like, that alone makes me forgive how shark jumpy the hologram thing is. Ooh. Wait, what? Wait, what? September 2017.
これより逆転裁判15年を振り返る特別法廷を開廷します。弁護側、
How long is
検
this?
察側とも準備はよろしいですかな。
準備以前にどこですかここは。
どこです
大
か？
審院、大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代の。
いわゆる明治時代？
あ、それってもしかしてご先祖様とかいるのかも。
もっと驚こうよ迷いちゃん。
どうやら
Sorry I'm not like reading this, but
あまり気にしない
I'm not
こと
reading
で
it
す。
out loud, but
それでは検察側はいかがですかな。
it's just a bilingual bonus for people who speak Japanese.
なんというか、僕、弁護士なのですけど。
今日はいろいろな都合でそちらに立っていただきます。
何やら大人の都合のほのかな香りがいたしますね。
失礼ですけど、ケンジさん。あなたはどなたですか？妙に親近感があるよう
Why
な。
didn't they use the 3D models?
確かに。
There's a 3D Phoenix model from Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice.
なんという
Or
か
was this before that?
とても他人とは思えない。
I know like Great Ace Attorney like
それ
coincided
ではせっかく
Dual
なので
Destinies
お
and
互い
Spirit of
自己
Justice,
紹介
sort
を
of.
願いましょうか。
僕は弁護士のなるほどゆうのすけであります。
Ah, they're both Naruhodo. This was in 2015.
お兄
Well,
様
Dual Destinies came out before that, I think.
何しろギザギザが多
Before
いですから。
Spirit, but after Dual Destinies.
生き
Yeah,
別れの兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。
they needed a Maya
聞い
model.
たことがあるぞ。僕
Oh,
の先祖に竜
yeah,
之
Maya
介
isn't in
と
Dual
いう名前の
Destinies.
弁護士がいるって。
じゃあおじいさんは
僕のご先祖様？
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございましたね。
なんだか妙に老け込んだ気分です。
I feel like Ryunosuke is younger than Phoenix.
そういうことだったんだ。
I mean, obviously timelines and stuff,
お
but
隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。おしとやかで
Ryunosuke's younger in this than Phoenix was in original trilogy. That's what I feel.
子孫の綾里迷いです。私は法務助手の御言葉すさとでございますが。
No, Susato and Ryunosuke is such a stronger ship than Phoenix and Maya. Let's be real.
なんだろう、この
They can't both be both your ancestors because people ship Phoenix and Maya, but Suzato and Ryunosuke definitely get together. Let's be real. Let's be real.
綾里すさと確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが
人類史上かつてない不条理なお願いをされましたね、スサトさん。
語呂はいいのにな。
So Destiny 2013, Spirit Justice 316. Where's the Emma ancestor? That's what I'm saying. Alright, this voice does not suit the judge at all. I don't like it.
15周年ですか？
Yo, the classic music.
それを記念してこの1年いろいろやってきましたね。
そうそう。今年の1月にはでっかいイベントをやったり、15周年特別法廷。あれは楽しかったよね。
What?
ああ、15年という時の重さをみんなと噛み締めたってね。
待った。一言よろしいでしょうか。
何ですか？
時の重さを噛み締める記念であるのならば、まずなるほど様の生誕100年以上。
Wait, Emma's ancestor was obviously Herlock Sholmes. Duh.
やめましょう、スサトさん。時が重すぎて床が抜けます。
いやはや、まさに人生の先輩。ありがたや、ありがたや。
拝まれてしまいましたね。
気軽に明治を振り回すのは控えた方が良さそうです。
それに去年は舞台をやったり、ついにテレビアニメにもなったりね。
Oh, come on. Ace Attorney anime is not very good.
毎週お楽しみだったよね。
Don't watch it.
テレビ？
アニメ？
People speculate about Grant and Strongheart as their stories are similar. Yeah, they're also of similar build. They're both very tall boys.
やっぱり。
ああ、あと今年はあれもありましたね。オーケストラコンサート。なんと。
Yo, I've downloaded that soundtrack. They're nice compositions.
私泣いちゃったもん。
待った。
オーケストラ？
コンサート？
ああ、交響楽団の演奏会ですか。それなら先祖でもわかりますね。
ベートーベン様、モーツァルト様、バッハ様。ああ、素敵でございます。
全く読めないけど納得してくれたみたいだ。
この頃の何でも漢字で書いちまえって風潮、何だったんだろうね。
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオだ。
Did they change Heart Vortex to male Strongheart for the pun? What pun? But yes, it is male Strongheart.
そしてつい先日、8月3日のことでしたね。
Vortex sounds way more evil though.
大日本帝国国民待望の大逆転裁判2、ついに発売。
ありがとうございます。
いやー、僕たちもしっかり遊ばせてもらいましたよ。
私だってすっかり感動しちゃったもん。
Wait, they're talking like they played Great Ace Attorney 1.
すべての謎が今解き明かされましたからね。あれ？どうかしましたか？
What? Maelstrom, which makes the Vortex? Yeah, I get it. Like, Heart Vortex and Male Strongheart are kind of the same pun.
ご先祖様の方にも
I mean, I think you'd kind of see that if they ever localize, like, Investigations 2. Some of the names would be localized differently. Or, like, I remember I played a English patch of Fire Emblem Gaiden, before Echoes was a thing. And so I ended up recognizing some characters, but their names were different. It's just how localizing goes. So the fans will localize the name differently than the official publication sometimes.
やけに滑らかに動いてますよね。
あれ、そうかな。
fan translation of Investigations 2 adds English names. Yeah, they do. Wait, does the fan translation of... Is it Heart Vortex, like, in Japanese? Is it pronounced Heart Vortex? What the hell was that? Phoenix, what are you flipping around for? Don't do that. I said stop.
反論できない。
つまりお互いが先祖であり、そして元祖である。
It's Heart Vortex in Japanese. Oh.
それは時空がねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
Oh, maybe the name Strongheart makes him sound more like a good guy. For whatever good it does. I called Strongheart a bad guy the instant I saw him, so maybe it doesn't matter.
21世紀に。
明治の街をブラブラして時間を潰すというのはいかがでしょう。
大帝都東京は華やかですから100年なんて
How long is this?
どうやら何としてもあの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
おお、先祖と元祖。
If Investigation 2 gets an official translation, I'll never get used to the new names.
逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒に。せーの。
Phoenix, stop!
時代は回る。きっとそういうことですね。
それではまたどこかでお会いいたしましょう。
Yeah, what will we do if he's not named Simon Keys? What do we even do with ourselves? Or Horace Knightley? Or, who else is in that game? Or Sebastian de Beste! He wouldn't be named de Beste anymore, probably. Yeah, unplayable. Yeah, I'm not watching the rest of these, at least not right now. I came here because I thought it would be the cutscenes. Because I was curious how Sholmes' introduction to cases would play out if they were, like, all right in a row. Hey, I remember this. Oh, that's his traveling outfit, I remember. Whoa! Whoa, Proto Ryunosuke. Looking way more Phoenixy. Oh my gosh. It always bothers me when you... It's Raito? What's Raito? It always bothers me when you buy like an art book and you're like, here's the concept art, and they just show you like basically the final art. It's like, that's not concept art. This is concept art. That's what I want to see. Like, I bought the Fire Emblem Awakening art book, and it's nice, but like, it has hardly any like actual concept art. It's mostly just like sketches of the final artwork. Oh, cute. She looks younger, though. Raito Kuzunoa, SMT character? Oh. Huh. Which SMT is he from? Oh, he looks, very early proposal splash is supposed to portray a somewhat dark London with heavy steampunk influence. I mean, Sholmes has pretty heavy steampunk in his final design. Look at those goggles. They're steampunk as heck. Iris. Can Iris be my favorite character? Is that allowed? You know how I am. That's the type of character I like. Is that okay? Oh my goodness. That's cute. Devil Summoner? Yeah, the only SMT game I played is 4, discounting Persona.
and discounting Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Look at that nerd. Cosmo with glasses. Excellent. He's got the eye covering in the bottom right there. Look. Oh my gosh. Wow, he has a lot of concepts. Yeah, he's Neffany on the left there. Cosmo with glasses is literally just another person. What do you mean? It's him. Whoa, Concept Mikotoba on the right there. I can't believe, so I was joking at some point in the playthrough that, like, they've done the prosecutor did it, they've done the detective did it, they've done the defendant did it, but they've never done the judge did it. I was joking about that. But they did it, the judge did it twice in the same case. I can't believe Jigoku was such a culprit. You know, for how important Giselle Brett is, she got hardly any screen time. Oh, I remember her. She was cute. What the heck? Alright. Call out. Freaking call out over here. I was complaining earlier in the game. She comes back and dies. Yeah. I was complaining earlier in the game. Or not complaining, but I was commenting that, like, they're so clearly, like, reusing the jury members, / the jury members are always, like, weirdly related to the case, that the jury was, like, clearly rigged, right? But they never address it. They never addressed it. Maybe one of the DLC bonus story things they do, but main game they did not address how rigged those juries were. Oh my gosh. Patricia B is so cute. I think she's my favorite character, actually. No. Oh, I got this one for the first game and this one for the second game. Eh? Spoiler alert? I really like Ryunosuke's, Susato's alternate outfits. I do not like Sholmes's. And Iris has an alternate outfit, but you don't get to choose to have it. She just does it on her own. Rolly and Peppy are adorable. They're so clearly struggling. Yeah. But they love each other, and it's adorable. Clint Van Zeeks. Kitchen Asogi. Yujin Mikotoba. Oh yeah, Susato dressed as a boy is nice. It's good. I'm kind of surprised how reoccurring of a character Gina was. She's in like almost half the cases of the duology. It's not I don't dislike her or anything, I'm just surprised. Strong Heart on Fire in the bottom right. Oh, cute. key visuals. Look at those. I think it's so funny that, of course my eyes are drawn to Iris, but it's so funny that her hood like covers her little ear bobs. Not ear bobs, her hair bobs. So the essence of both adventures and resolve and blend them in a single piece that shows... Yeah. Oh yeah, let's... Okay, so who gets to be on this cover? Sei is oddly prominent, or Rei, whatever her name is, Susato's friend, for how not that relevant she is. She's like more relevant than like Sholmes and Iris up there. And Gregson is like behind Top Hat Man, did I forget his name? Why is Gregson less prevalent than Top Hat Boy? Games are probably my favorite soundtrack of the series. Yeah, the soundtrack was incredible. Let's see what the really good ones were. Oh yeah, Objection, always very good. Is a very good version of Objection. Oh, alternate objections. Oh. This one's a remix. Yo, this one's pretty solid. I like Iris's theme, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this one sounds like a Mario Party minigame. Even though it's like the same song. Remember hearing Kazuma theme for the first time and fell in love with the music? This one is pretty good. Oh. This one is jazzy. I did not realize that this song was Gina's theme. Wait, that's not all the music, is it? I feel like there were more like mid-court songs. Court opening one sounds so intimidating too. Court opening. Oh, yeah. Oh god, thank god that was unused. From the vaults? Ah, here's the other music. Yeah. I liked this one. Madame Tispel's theme. Very solid. Oh my gosh. I thought of including an instrumental accompaniment during the first draft of this piece. I also changed the melody slightly, but I hope you have fun in the version. That's cool. They have all like this developer commentary for the tracks. They had it for the concept art too.
This one. Every time this one came on, I got so excited. Like, yeah, here we go, here we go. In pursuit of truth. And then actual pursuit. Yeah. Oh, you feel so good when this music comes on. A new pursuit for Resolve was starting point for this piece, but to me, a great turnabout was already it. So I tried going down a different tangent and wound up with the pursuit style arrangement of Ryunosuke's theme. So how did I do? I hope it succeeded in making you shout yes the moment it started playing. It did. It only plays like 3 times. Yeah. Okay. What else? Accolades. Is there like... There's accolades I didn't get? How? How do I... Completion all extra escapades? Okay, fair. All other accolades. Being dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades? Oh no, I missed them! Having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard? I didn't know that was a thing. Having examined the bed in episode 2, Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Eh? Having examined the fireplace on Mr. Shelton's suite while Suzato in episode 5 of Adventures. Eh? Having named Takatsuchi Ouchi and Yojin Miyutoba as a victim in episode 1 of Great Ace Attorney to Resolve. Why would you do that? Title 1 for having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table in episode 2. Huh. For erroneously answering Mr. Shelton's question about who might have something belong to convicts. For talking with Gina after Ryunosuke regains consciousness following the incident with Toby. Oh. Well. Rip. I like the music plays when you're questioning the jurors. I don't remember what song that was. But yeah, I probably agree. Alright, so I guess next weekend, my plan for next weekend will probably be to try to get through these escapades on Friday. And if I get through all of them in one stream easily, then Saturday, Sunday will probably be like Smash Bros. And, I don't know, maybe I'll start Genshin Impact or something. Something dumb. But yeah. Speaking of... Alright. Dun dun dun. Hey! Thanks so much for watching.
Hey!
What?
Listen!
Jonah Ecafair, did I say that right? Ecafair? Thanks so much for becoming a Bezling! But yeah, real quick before I leave, I just want to draw attention to... Where'd it go? My 1-year anniversary stream is on January... get this out of my face. Come on. It's on January 22nd. No crazy plans aside from debuting a new model. So yeah, tune in for that. Get out of here, golly. But yeah, I'll keep reminding you beginning and in every stream, unless I forget. But yeah, holy cow, this game was so amazing. I love Ace Attorney. Oh, I'll have to let it stew. I'll have to let it stew to see if I like Chronicles better than the original trilogy. But yeah, I think it is fair to say I understand why people get a little salty over Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, because they're just not up to snuff with this. Holy crap. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for chatting. Very much appreciated. And if you didn't chat, if you just lurked, thank you for that as well. Stick around to end slate for the raid. And oh my gosh, it went 7.5 hours. Oh well. Until next time, my peeps, ferret out.